avisos, mais uma vez, sobre a tradução. Os receptores de tradução continuam disponíveis para todos os participantes. É só pegá-lo ali fora, mas ontem nós tivemos um pequeno problema, que algumas das pessoas levaram os receptores para casa, esqueceram de devolver, ficaram com a identidade aqui. Então, a organização pede que vocês lembrem de, ao final do evento, devolver os receptores para poder pegar os seus documentos. Tá bom? Sobre as perguntas, a gente tem os QR Codes que estão disponíveis nas telas, aqui aos lados. Por meio deles que vocês enviam as perguntas para o público. Então, peço que vocês, caso queiram interagir com o painel, mandem as perguntas o mais rápido possível, que a nossa organização faz chegar aqui nos moderadores, tá bom? Gostaria também de reforçar um convite para que todos acessem a nossa publicação, que são os Policy Papers do Forte. É um material que reúne análise e recomendações produzidas por especialistas e alguns dos palestrantes da conferência. Está disponível por meio do QR Code localizado no verso dos crachás. Tem aqui 2 QR Codes, um é um programa e o outro é para ter acesso aos Policy Papers. Então, se vocês quiserem dar uma olhada, até a professora Danielle, que vai estar aqui daqui a pouco, é uma das autoras. A gente tem vários autores aqui presentes, então é um material muito interessante com a proposta de oferecer soluções em formato de Policy Paper. Então, convido a todos a conhecerem um pouquinho. Bom, agora dando início ao primeiro painel do dia, que é o painel 3 da nossa conferência, Defesa e Inovação, Europa e América Latina diante de um chamado à ação. Ao longo dos últimos anos, a inteligência artificial deixou de ser apenas um tema ligado ao setor da tecnologia. Ele está em nossa sociedade e passou a se tornar um elemento central das estratégias de segurança e defesa em todo o mundo. A capacidade de desenvolver tecnologias próprias, proteger infraestruturas críticas e construir a autonomia industrial tornou-se uma questão estratégica para estados e regiões. A América Latina e a Europa enfrentam desafios distintos, mas compartilham uma mesma necessidade: fortalecer capacidades tecnológicas e aprofundar a cooperação em defesa diante de um ambiente internacional cada vez mais competitivo e instável. E para moderar essa importante discussão, eu gostaria de convidar ao palco a embaixadora da Suécia no Brasil, Karin Wallensteen. A diretora de Segurança de Informação do Gabinete de Segurança Institucional da Presidência da República, a professora Danielle Ayres. A diretora do Comitê de Ciência e Tecnologia da Assembleia Parlamentar da OTAN, Brynja Oskarsdottir. O conselheiro do CEBRI e CEO da Viveo, André. Sejam muito bem-vindos, desejo um excelente painel. Embaixadora. Obrigado.
Good morning. It feels especially appropriate to start off with the title Defense and Innovation, Europe and Latin America Facing a Wake-Up Call. So if you were not already awake, this will be your wake-up call. But I want to begin, before I hand over to our panelists, I wanted to begin with a concrete example which captures some of the themes that we will explore in this panel. And it's the strategic partnership between Brazil and Sweden. I want to present it because I think it can serve a little bit as a model for our thinking about cooperation. Over a decade, this partnership has evolved into one of the most advanced and forward-looking defense collaborations between our two regions. At its core is the cooperation between two companies, Saab and Embraer, around the Gripen fighter jet program. But it's much more than just a procurement project. It's a model of industrial partnership built on trust, on long-term vision, and importantly, on the transfer of knowledge and co-development of technology. It includes local production and assembly capabilities in Brazil, including the Gripen final assembly in Gavião Peixoto. It involves the extensive training of Brazilian engineers and technicians, and the development of bilateral networks for design, testing, and innovation, which is to the benefit of both countries and both companies. Through this collaboration, and for Brazil, it is advancing its aircraft capabilities. It is building domestic experience and expertise. It is strengthening Brazil's industrial base, and it's positioning Brazil as a participant in the development and production of high-end defense technologies. Local production and the significant transfer of know-how demonstrate how defense cooperation can contribute to technological sovereignty and strategic autonomy, concepts that are increasingly important in today's environment and in the geopolitics. For Sweden, this is our best example yet and worldwide of what we call Made with Sweden. Made with Sweden reflects a shift from thinking about production as something purely national to something that can take place shared across borders. A Swedish product can be produced anywhere. Sweden can share the know-how, the technology, the innovation, the standards to the places where the innovation happens. So Made with Sweden reflects not only Sweden's belief that openness strengthens cooperation, it strengthens competitiveness and growth, but it's also our history, the history of our prosperity, which is very much built on trade and exports, which is absolutely necessary if you're a small country. It's about openness and cooperation rather than isolation. So in essence, Made with Sweden is a counter-narrative to those who are saying, let's close our borders, let's look and seek protectionism. The impact of the Gripen partnership goes way beyond industry. It has deepened the political dialogue between Sweden and Brazil. It has generated institutional cooperation at multiple levels, and it has fostered mutual trust, which is a key element in any strategic relationship. One example is the fact that Brazil is the first client to fly Gripen E. The Força Aérea Brasileira was flying it before the Swedish Air Force was, so therefore the experience of them and of their pilots is utterly important to us. So I wanted to mention this example of the Brazil-Sweden defense partnership because it raises a key question that could guide our discussions. Can such partnerships serve as a model or a point of departure for a broader, more ambitious Europe-Latin American approach to defense innovation? Will the EU-Mercosur agreement help to make this possible? Because today, being technically advanced is to have military power. Technological superiority is no longer simply an advantage, but a defining factor in operational effectiveness and strategic influence. Artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, cyber capabilities, advanced manufacturing, and data-driven applications are not future developments. They are already reshaping how conflicts are fought and how deterrence is maintained. The cost of falling behind in this technological transformation is growing, not only in military terms, but in terms of strategic autonomy, economic competitiveness, and global influence. This is our wake-up call. I will count on our distinguished panelists to reflect on opportunities for enhanced cooperation between Europe and Latin America. And let us start with two institutional perspectives. First, from Danielle. Danielle is well known for anyone who's been to Forte the last couple of years. From your perspective, what are the most urgent priorities for Brazil and for Latin America when it comes to adapting national defense and security structures to the evolving technological landscape?
Hello, so Ambassador and my friends here in panel, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's very, very nice to share the panel with all of you. And now I will change to Portuguese. Thank you. Bom dia a todos e a todas. É um imenso prazer estar aqui. E principalmente queria agradecer ao CEBRI, ao CAS e à representação da União Europeia por estar realizando esse evento e estar discutindo esse tema. Olhando desde a perspectiva do governo, para nós é muito importante começar a trazer os temas de tecnologia e efetivamente o debate sobre ele para dentro dessa para dentro da sociedade, para a construção de uma estrutura de conhecimento na sociedade que cada vez vai ser mais necessária.
This will be increasingly necessary. So this is very important. Ambassador, your introduction was very interesting to this subject, and also your question, how can we think and build all of this framework in Latin America for defense, because when we look at this technological framework, traditional in defense and innovation and defense in cooperation, we have well-established structured for this. We have the Embraer, the KC-390, airlift transport. We have a certain type of partnership that has been consolidated. But when we introduce new technologies into this dimension, then we start having, I wouldn't say difficulties, but some needs. We have a need for rethinking what we want, what we'll have with these technologies, and how can we sit down at the table and negotiate their use, and negotiate the way how we will be speaking in a unified and cooperative voice in all of the international arenas, so that these resources can be used to comply or to attend to our demands, both in Latin America and also within Latin America, and also with this strong partnership that we have with the EU. So I would like to, in my speech today, we'll be having this opportunity here. I'd like to mention that it's more just about this thinking about Latin America as a builder of technology that we need. I would like to raise 3 issues, 2 that are structural. Their definition will have us better understand what Latin America needs, especially Brazil, in this modern era of these new technological innovations. And here I will cut out and talk about AI, because as I look today for the most of the technological innovations that are onboarded in defense units, I'm speaking about softwares that involve AI, and that in the future may include other kinds of technologies such as quantum computing, and that which I can and what I can benefit from having a quantum computer working inside equipment that has top-level technology onboarded. So the first point that I wanted to mention is to look at AI and these technologies from 2 different perspectives. One, as infrastructure of power, if you will, and afterwards this also as this capacity for defense. When we're speaking about this kind of technology, we shouldn't just understand it as a product. It's not just a product that will be improving or increasing our ability, our traditional capabilities in our equipments or defense products that we already use. Either be that the Gripen or our nuclear-powered submarine. It is actually a power of capability that will put the Brazilian state and having it have another power of negotiation and intervention within the international system. And I'm not speaking about intervention. I'm not speaking about coercive intervention. It's about sitting down at the table and establish how that technological structure is part of your own framework, and in this case have a distinct voice within this whole ecosystem where we're talking about in defense and innovation. So when I'm speaking about using AI in defense, I'm not only talking about improving my equipment, but changing the way how I understand logistics, change how command and control chains are. I'm speaking about data analysis from another perspective. I'm not just talking about improving the equipment, adding more capability, more computing capability or processing capability. I'm actually speaking about modify how I understand this whole defense ecosystem, and that is power. And when we're speaking about this point, we have to have 2 questions, because these 2 questions guide how we will be exercising power in the international system. The first one, I think we've already talked about this yesterday or on Monday. Pardon me. Can I use AI for defense purposes? And I'm not being innocent here. I think that when our partners or our enemies use it, then obviously I also need to use it. The issue is, as promoters of a new logic, especially Brazil and Europe, because we have more of a pacifist vision of how we will be relating, a peaceful manner how we will be relating, much more multilateral and cooperative. But we still must ask this question, AI, can I use it for defense? And if so, how may I use AI for defense purposes? And how will we be doing it? Well, how's this use? Is it a use capable of promoting human control on the AI results or something like that? So I think that is the first question that I would put on the table. We cannot limit ourselves to being a consumer of technology, but also we must be promoting different standards for the use of technology and international standard. The second idea, which I think is also important from the Latin America standpoint, is how can we establish a triad of conceptual questions that also seem to be central when we talk about technology. And it involves everything we've been discussing for quite a while, Ambassador: AI, sovereignty, and technological dependency. That's a triad. Deciding how we use the technological innovation logic for specific defense purposes, that is establishing what we understand our sovereignty to be and the technological dependency is when we are international, in the arena of international actors. And for us, I think that's also very important for two motives. First, because acquiring resources, capabilities in AI and other technologies without actually being dependent on them or without becoming incapable of coordinating our own defense without these tools, that is an essential factor to maintaining one's sovereignty. And we cannot also fall into a paradox when we're speaking about sovereignty and AI and defense, which is by improving our innovative capacity in the use of AI and in the use of new technologies for defense purposes, but at the same time we're increasing our vulnerabilities. Because the most important thing of this ecosystem is not the tool only by itself, but the capacity and control of these tools and the production of this data, which this tool will be generating. If I don't control this whole framework, if I cannot influence this whole framework, then I end up not only being dependent on even private actors, for example, which are today the biggest controllers of a lot of new AI development, and I may also increase vulnerabilities that are not part of my technological system, but they are in how this in the strategic manner of how the system is used for my defense logic or for my logic of international insertion. So to wrap it up, I'll now answer the question that you just put to us right now, but we were also talking about this. How can Latin America look at this issue from these two major pillars? And that's a major difference between Latin America and Europe, despite them being two actors that work in lockstep. But Europe is in urgent need of having autonomous capability and strategic urgency, and it must be urgent in its AI strategy because it's facing threats today. So, for example, the Ukraine war and all of the other factors that threaten Europe, that has Europe with this urgent need of using this resource. Latin America is a bit distinct, not because it suffers less threats, but our geopolitical scenario in Latin America is quite different from what Europe faces, but it has a very traditional problem of technological dependencies. And this technological dependency has us becoming increasingly vulnerable, not only in the sense of sovereignty and defense, but also vulnerable in the ability of being inserted in international scenarios. Looking at Latin America with all its potential of being producers of raw materials for technology and being a market for technologies. Look at Brazil. Try to understand how this very strong civil society that we are an effective promoter of we could be a productive use of technology actor. So when we look at Latin America, when we look at this issue, Latin America should not organize its participation in just a passive manner. It must be a geopolitical actor, influence geopolitically the new technologies elsewhere, especially when we speak about defense. Not only defense, but also defense. So now, two questions. Should we be acquiring the material? I'm not innocent thinking that we can produce technology at the level that the technological centers, the greatest centers produce. We have our demands. The Brazilian state has certain requirements that do not make this development feasible because of political choices. But we do have to ask some questions when we're speaking about investments in defense and technology. Under what conditions can I sit at the table and negotiate these investments? What are the safeguards that must be assured to comply with our demands? Which, for example, having these technologies onboarded in our equipment and being promoters of development for our territory. What are the sovereign parameters so that we can add this to our negotiations and collaborate with our partners? And this, just to wrap up my lecture, 2 points. We must be very clear as formulators of public policy and defense. We must be very clear, and also thinkers and negotiators and researchers. We cannot refuse the use of technology in any manner. It's impossible to say that we won't be able to use it. It's there, and if we don't use it, our other partners will use, or competitors will use, and will be weakened. But we cannot also adopt it uncritically without any capability or any criterion for this technology to work for us and work for our requirements, not only for defense, but also for the Brazilian state. And the Brazilian state has requirements that are very different from other regions and that are threatened. So
and now we need to pay attention to certain points. The AI, when it is used for defense, technology, when it is used for defense, it is not only a technological matter, it is a strategic matter, it is an economic matter, it is a political matter, it is a social matter. So it involves several dimensions. Secondly, without data control, there is no autonomy when using a new technology, even if I'm the producer of this technology and then I'm talking with you, for example, about data center policies. And because so it won't help to have an excellent technological tool if it will go out. And finally, governance and global cooperation. The European Union, Europe itself, and Brazil, they are, as far as I see, the two big engines that should promote a new way to understand artificial intelligence, defense, innovation, and the use of those technologies in the world. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Perspective from across the small pond that we call the Atlantic Ocean. I'm pleased to give the floor to Brynja Oskarsdottir. I would like to start off you also with a question. What lessons from NATO are relevant for strengthening cooperation with partners in Latin America? I give you the floor. Sure, absolutely.
Hello. Okay, yes, this works. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Brynja, which, funnily enough, means defense. It means armor, sorry, in Icelandic. And my mother fought my dad to give me this name. And I find it always quite funny that I'm working in defense with this very strong kind of Valkyrie-like name. I'd like to, of course, begin by thanking the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, CEBRI, and the European Union for having us here. This is my first time in Brazil, of course, first time in Rio. And despite being Icelandic, basically from the Arctic Circle, being so close to the strong forces of the Atlantic Ocean, my favorite ocean, of course, in engagements with the very welcoming hosts, amazing Brazilians, and the friendly people here make me feel very much at home. I prioritized going for a swim this morning as I was preparing, which was obviously gorgeous. The ocean here is much warmer than in Iceland, that I can assure you. I think all of our speakers yesterday did a very good job in kind of setting the scene for today's conversation, and Karin and Danielle have also done an excellent job, so I don't want to dwell too much on the the changes in the global structure or the powers that are driving that change. I think we all agree the world is drastically changing, the old world order is gone, and we're now on the fault lines of a new order that will be defined by technology. We don't really know what it will look like, but one thing is clear, that we should all try to impact the structure and the governance that will be dominating this new world order. I want to try to make 3 points before trying to, or maybe on my way, to try to address the panel questions and speak about how NATO is looking at these things and what we at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly are doing. And I think from the European and the NATO perspective, it is always first and foremost about Ukraine and the lessons that we can draw from the Ukrainian, like how the war in Ukraine has transformed modern warfare. So bear with me. I will get to answering Karin's question about what lessons NATO is learning, how we're addressing these issues at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. So to begin with, the war in Ukraine has transformed modern warfare. Ukraine is, without question, the global leader in next-generation drone and anti-drone warfare. The Ukrainian armed forces are currently one of the most battle-tested armies in the world. Last year alone, Ukraine produced 5 million drones. This year, in 2026, Ukraine plans to produce more than 8 million drones and plans to field 50,000 ground combat robots. So there's a lot of automation, there's a lot of new technology. To fend off Russia's brutal aggression, Ukraine has not only successfully employed crewed systems, but also uncrewed, so unmanned systems such as drones, robots, and naval drones. They've mastered the mix of crewed and uncrewed, of legacy and new technology. Today in Ukraine, the battlefield lessons travel from the front line to engineers and manufacturers in weeks, not years, whereas most of our procurement systems are built for very long cycles. Innovation cycles are short. They're down to 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes even shorter for some software iterations. The cycle of new technology and its countermeasurements create a kind of cat and mouse games in the war, which means that a new technological development only provides the Ukrainians a temporary advantage before the Russian adapts. And so each side is rapidly innovating and adopting new technologies, but also using old technologies in new ways. There's very much creativity in the warfare. NATO allies are doing everything they can, first and foremost, to support Ukraine, but also following Ukraine's lead in the development of new technology and creating tech-savvy and cost-efficient air defenses, because the proliferation of drone warfare and new technology has come with a clear cost asymmetry issue. This is not only the case in Ukraine, but we've also seen this in recent conflicts across the Middle East, where both state and non-state actors are using cheap drones in their warfare and attacks. A Shahed drones cost about $20,000 to $35,000, whereas the missiles that are being used to intercept them can cost up to $1 billion. That is not only costly in terms of financial terms, it is also very unsustainable in the long term, because building a Patriot missile system or a missile, just a missile takes not only a very long time, but it puts a lot of strain on our supply chains. So that comes to the second point on the artificial intelligence and automation, which is, for parliamentarians from the NATO allied countries, always a big question, because the question very quickly becomes, how do we ensure democratic control over how we apply artificial intelligence to modern warfare? So artificial intelligence and automation has been intrinsic in Ukraine's successes in fighting Russia. Without applying artificial intelligence to its counteroffense, Ukraine would not have the strategic upper hand that it now has, and it wouldn't have been able to hold this long. So I want to give you a bit of a scenario, and it's to kind of apply to put us all, because I'm assuming most of us here, we've not been on the front lines. We don't apply artificial intelligence to drone warfare on a daily basis. So in a field outside of Kyiv, there's a van parked discreetly. Behind some trees, it looks like a normal van. Inside the van, there are no passenger seats. There's just a long desk. There are 2 military officers, chairs, 2 laptops, extra screens. This is a mobile drone interceptor base, one of hundreds of similar vehicles now scattered around Ukraine. One of the laptops is for a soldier who has a bird's eye view of part of the Ukrainian countryside, which is more than 150 kilometers away from his position just out of Kyiv. His job is to identify the objects flying above the ground and to distinguish birds and bats from lethal Russian drones. When he sees the drones, the soldier on the laptop next to him can then direct an interceptor, a small drone that looks like a miniature rocket ship, basically. He directs that interceptor to track and destroy the incoming Russian drone before the Russian drone hits their targets. The images on this screen may look very simple, a little bit like a video game, which is, in many cases, the current state of modern warfare. But this is not a low-tech operation. This AI-powered drone interceptor, which the Ukrainians are deploying, are made possible by a very complicated network of radar system, acoustic sensors, and other tools that hundreds of large and small Ukrainian tech companies, and remember this about the tech companies because I will come back to this, are creating and updating every single day. They're using data, as Danielle mentioned, there's a proliferation of data. They're using data that they get directly from soldiers on the front line and from soldiers that are dispersed in similar vans across Ukraine. Almost none of these companies existed 4 years ago before Russia invaded, and these companies have emerged from a tech-literate civil society whose members changed their professions to help defend their country. The above description comes from a recent piece from Anne Applebaum in The Atlantic. It's describing how modern warfare is now being fought with the help of AI. The Ukrainian military gets more than 50,000 video streams from the front line every month, which are then analyzed by artificial intelligence. No human can get over that amount of data in the speed needed for modern warfare. Without the support of artificial intelligence-based software, the soldiers cannot get the situational awareness that they desperately need to find the Russian drones and target them. So for my last point, I want to come back to the companies and the tech-literate civil society. This society rose up when the Russian invasion occurred now almost 4.5 years ago. The people building and deploying this technology, some of them are architects, some of them are teachers, they're financial experts, some of them are maybe cybersecurity experts. So some have technological background, most of them don't. But they're part of a society that was able to rapidly adopt new technology. And that leads me to my third point on what can NATO, Europe, and Latin America learn. So in my life, working in NATO, I talk about capabilities all the time. It's like this capability, we want this effect, what can we do with this, etc. But when it comes down to it, it's all about the people. And that is really something that I think both Latin America and NATO and Europe, and when I say Europe, I talk about Europe as a continent, not only the European Union as an institution. And it's the people that we need to invest in. So it comes to investment and funding and partnership. And that means investing in our young people, whom I'm very glad to see so many of in this room. And I think that's something that in NATO land we can learn from, having more young people in the room at these conferences as meeting. I'm very often the only one, like the youngest in the meetings that I attend, and I'm very often the only woman in the room. So it's investing in our young people, investing in research and development, investing in the labs, the infrastructure, to make sure that we have a civil society that is tech literate. And that is not only to prepare for modern warfare, it's to prepare for the new world order that is going to be built around the fault lines of new technology. So thank you very much, and I look very much forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Brynja. Let's turn to the private sector perspective. André Clark, you are in previous capacities very well acquainted with the Made with Sweden concept. But to this panel, you bring not only your experience from industry, such as energy, infrastructure, natural resources, etc., but you also bring a science and innovation perspective. So my question to you is really, with this experience from multiple strategic industries, how do you see the role of private sector in driving innovation that's relevant not only for economic growth, but also for resilience and security? And where do you see the greatest opportunities for closer collaboration between industry and defense?
All right, Karin. First of all, congratulations to CAS and CEBRI for the 23rd event of the Forte. It's the second largest, but the most beautiful thing is to be in a panel where there's much more women than men, them much more prepared than myself. These are really, really powerful ladies. Top ambassador, can go on and on, to major academics with policy capabilities. This is new. This is excellent from so many perspectives. Here, as the least capable person in this stage, a dumb engineer and a simple CEO of a company here. First of all, for us, the world changed completely since last week. June, 12th of June of this month, the US has imposed export restrictions to the latest AI models of Anthropic. I'm sure that there are a lot of academics here, a lot of academic workers and thought leaders and so on, and you possibly use Claude a lot. From last week on, this is not available anymore. Anthropic is unable to distinguish who's a US citizen and who's not, so they turned off every single services from 2 models ago. In the private sector, this is a major change. If you depend on this to run your business or to perform your engineering calculations for whatever you do, war is now at your doors in the private sector. This is new for Brazilians, for Latin Americans. This is invading the boardroom as we speak. Second, from my feet, which I still maintain in the energy sector, a war in the other side of the planet with a giant, really powerful nation against possibly a least powerful nation has created the most relevant energy crisis in the recent history of mankind. It is serious. We're not out of the woods yet, and now every single nation is running to diversify its sources of energy. And here, there's a super ambassador that knows a lot about that. I've worked a lot with Ambassador Karin on this. Latin America in this stage, interestingly, both in the AI stage and on the energy stage, is in 2 very, very different positions. On the AI stage, we're extremely vulnerable in so many ways. On the data governance, on the AI use, on the AI either in defense or industrial applications, we're still very, very vulnerable, and we're still deciding what to do. On the energy side, funny enough, we're more endowed than ever, with either because of oil prices, either because of the general Latin American renewable capacity, or rare earths or minerals or whatever endowment we can conjure. We're even more endowed, which is interesting at this stage and point, which is quite a curious situation to be in. The ties, what do we do about that? And in a very simplistic way, it is very, very important to understand that the nature of the relationship of Latin America and Europe is deep. It is broad. It's historic. It's cultural. It is academic. It is scientific in so many ways. And it just has been crowned by last March 1st, by the EU-Mercosur agreement, which is not about tariffs, like most of the Latin Americans think. It is about models of sustainability, IP, research and development, and transit, and flow of capitals. Therefore, the danger is for Latin America, and this is the emergency, the wake-up call. It is not about discussing dependency. It is about achieving agency. It is not about choosing side. It is not about China versus the US. It is about agency. The beautiful case of the Swedish Gripen with Saab and is there. There are two others. Brazil is about to become one of the few nations to have nuclear submarines pretty soon, and that's French. Beautiful collaboration. The other one is the German frigates. The frigates are very, very important in a country where we have a immense coastline and rivers and so on. This is also deep military that has been going on for 2 decades. The Gripen celebrates 2 decades of a large, extensive partnership, and this goes economic-wise. It flows into the economic side and so on. Now, in my new hat, and I love drugs now, every kind of drugs to treat people, I must say. No? The relationship in the healthcare space and hospitals and most of the cancer research and medicines and vaccines and so on, the ties between Brazil and Europe are immense, and this is also defense. So it is about agency, not about dependency. The urgency is to understand that the partnership is very wide, broad, deep. We just need to do much more of it.
Thank you very much. Before I go to questions from the floor, would you like to comment on each other's, on what was said? Brynja.
If I may just tie a little bit from your point about it's not about dependencies but achieving agency. I think in my last point that is really the point that I would have loved to make, which you made so eloquently. We talk so much about capabilities, but we need to be talking more about people and giving people the agency, because if you foster agency among the populations of our 2 continents, then you also foster that up to the political level. That feeds into the other levels where sometimes the political leadership might feel like they don't have the full agency either from their own people or just agency as continents that are in a world that is full of strategic competition and full of histories of relationship between countries that maybe not were always peaceful and useful. So I think that's really, you hit the nail on the head, like you would say.
I must tell this story, Ambassador. I was a CEO of a German energy company, quite a large one. And we were preparing for COP30 in Berlin. The biggest thing we were presenting was a Swedish technology running on Brazilian ethanol, and this lady here helped us a lot. In COP, I was tagged with Business Sweden ticket, a German company, Brazilian CEO, doing technology on renewable energy, because that's the case, right? So this is the kind of women we have in the stage today.
Eu só queria dizer uma coisa que eu acho que os meus...
I would just like to say something that I do believe my partners mentioned that is very important. At the end of the day, AI is something that should improve people's lives, the citizens' lives, have technology at the end of the day, whether it's defense or other areas. What we need is to have all of this framework, civilizational framework, be developed or developed further. So to speak about literacy, to speak about agency, lead about the youngsters, it's all about recovering and the understanding of why do we need technology? Why have we reached the current moment? We need technology for effectively improving the people's lives, especially when we talk about defense. It's important for us not to abandon what we've been done, what for the last 6 or 7 years, Brazil and Europe have defended as standards of coexistence, pacific, peaceful coexistence in the international system, even if we have aggressive challengers in the world today.
Between, we need our military technologies to defend our sovereignty. But we also know that the military technologies are interdependent. I mean, your example, how you're Brazilian, Swedish, and German at the same time, sort of proves this. It's very hard to draw the lines between nations anymore, yet we defend ourselves because of the nations that we have. So I guess my question is really, are we always interdependent? Is technological sovereignty even realistic in modern defense?
I'm the least capable on this, but what I saw Brynja describing is a war that is not among two armies. It is a war against the people directly, a way of life, the everyday citizen. It is the core infrastructure of the country is a target, which the suffering of everybody is a weapon in the sense that Brynja describes. Therefore, very difficult to understand what sovereignty means exactly at this point in time. No?
If I may add to that, in some ways, maybe that sounds like a contradiction, but aren't these dependencies a strength? And I think in the example of both of the Gripen, which you and I have been talking a lot about these past few days, but also in the example of the German-Swedish-Brazilian cooperation, it's the strength to have those partnerships, because in a global world where strategic competition is growing, we maybe need to change the way that we frame things. Yes, of course, I know that the dependencies are a crucial issue and a very strategic issue, but doing things together doesn't mean that it's a dependency. It's a strategic partnership.
Eu acho que essa é uma pergunta que
I do believe this is a question has much to do with yesterday's panel, because Professor Vinicius yesterday mentioned that we need new grammars. We are facing some challenges that are not merely challenges in our daily lives, but these are conceptual challenges of reinterpretation of a few things. In the issue of defense, when we speak about sovereignty, Ambassador, I question myself that we must probably have to deal more in depth in a central and structural point. We are providing answers, traditional answers, looking at a Westphalian state model for something that is no longer Westphalian in its conceptual concept. What is it frontier when we speak about digital? What is citizenship when we speak about digital? Who is the national citizen? It's a paradox, because we are placed in a challenge where we have to rethink concepts that were very structured, that guided our policies throughout hundreds of years, and that today put us in front of a challenge which is about redrawing this meaning at the same time where we have to face its consequences. So if we continue to insist, and we should insist in cooperation, in partnership with traditional allies, that's a good path forward to reorganize together our common paths, including sovereignty. Quanto a essa ideia,
depressed with the company, what do I do ahead, and so on and so on. And I often go back to my mentors. He's a professor and also a CEBRI founder. And I said, Professor, elections, inflation, war, what do I do, and so on and so on and so on. How do I think forward? And to land a point on capability, Brynja, this professor points me, just there's this author, André, go read it. He just gave me a name, Albert North Whitehead. All right, let me see. Albert North Whitehead was a mathematician and a major philosopher, major mathematician and major philosopher, UK. Wrote several works, excelled at both, which is rare, 101 years ago. Chapter 10 of his major book says, it is the business of the future to be dangerous. It is the capability of science to equip humankind for future. This thought on capability, Brynja, he conjured right after World War I. Europe was falling apart as a democratic space at the time. The Spanish flu was killing everybody. Humankind was toying with the new quantum mathematics, which 10 years later would become an age bomb. And we were heading into World War II, this professor. It is strikingly similar situation to listen to the phrase that, from a certain point of view, capability, science, which is I'm married to a science, son of a scientist, I'm the black sheep of the family that never studied too much. It is a collective game. You do not do science and research alone in your country. You need to collaborate. You train. A lot of youngsters here are possibly studying elsewhere in the planet. That's important. Some of them will be policymakers that will be important in a war, that studies with somebody else, that a call would suffice to harness a certain situation, and then diplomatic ways are found. So science equips humanity with that. It is a collective space. It is about capabilities, Brynja.
I want to bring in some of the questions for the audience, from the audience, and a few of them touch upon the matter of the ethical dilemmas. How do we, when we are moving to warfare, as Brynja described, that is increasingly automated, which leaves perhaps less time for ethical constraints. There's a certain mystery to people. How do these technologies work? There's an opacity, writes one of the questions from the floor. This raises serious ethical dilemmas. How do we make sure that humans remain in the loop in military decision-making? How do we as democratic states, and again, the values is something that unite Latin America and Europe, how do we create governance frameworks that are sufficient to maintain ethical constraints without losing strategic advantage? Any volunteer? Brynja volunteers.
Okay. Those are very big questions, and those tie very directly to conversation about like how do you ethically apply artificial intelligence to military capabilities. This is top agenda for any politician and parliamentarians because it's about democratic oversight and who decides who gets targeted and how things get targeted. I think it ties to values, yes, but also to research. NATO and, of course, the European Union, other countries, and countries on the other side of the Atlantic as well, and in the northern part of Latin America, to the north of Latin America as well, are involved in this conversation. It's a complicated one because it's also a question about private-public partnership. Our militaries are adapting technologies that build on technology that is owned by private companies. And as you heard in my example about Ukraine, Ukraine would not be able to fight off Russia's illegal invasion without the automation and artificial intelligence applications to their military capabilities. So in that context, I think we could all agree, yes, that's ethical. But then when the technology is being used in in ways that are not to fight off an illegal invasion, then the question becomes complicated. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly has emphasized in all of our work on automation and modern warfare that we need to uphold ethical, legal, and democratic oversight over application of AI to the military domain. But it's an ongoing conversation that I think we need to bring more into the public domain. We spoke about this a little bit. It was yesterday, the day before, about civilian control over the armed forces. A lot of our countries and a lot of our people are very far away from their armed forces. Of course, Brazil still has conscription, so young men, at least in Brazil, still have a connection to the army. But within NATO, that is not always the question. Most of our countries don't have conscription anymore, so there's a lag. And people, at least in my experience, is that when people hear about applying AI to military planning, to military operations, like a normal civilian will have a gut-wrenching feeling, like no machine should make a decision on who dies and who lives, and that will continue to be the big ethical question of how do we make sure that our armies adapt technology that is going to make us strategically strong, but still upholding democratic values and ethical application of this technology to make sure that we don't step away from those, because that's what ties us together.
I agree totally with you. Mas eu gostaria de...
But I would also like to mention something that I think we talked about this on Monday, and this is also very important. I think that we must think in a concept that regards the apps, applications, and programming, what we call security by design or safety by design, or from the beginning of the process. This may involve that which we were talking about, that we use. We use AI apps. Bridget. So this is the act. We need, since the beginning, we need to train the technology with the ethical components included, embedded in it, with the human international legislation embedded in it. So when she mentioned the automated decision of intercepting a drone in the Ukraine war, this decision was made by two computers, which are two technological warriors of that war. How did we build that algorithm so that that decision would be taken? We're speaking about a drone, but it could be something else. Another attack coming from an individual holding a ground-air launcher, for example, a missile launcher. So it's training that technology. So the difference that we have, that has Brazil and Latin America. We should be producers and influencers of this technologies. We would face this. It's different from other countries that face a product of war, that treat the water product as merely economic. It's not our traditional perception. It's not part of our social and diplomatic and ethical vision. So for me, we must have this training and this capability of even if confused, how can we include this in an algorithm and include it in that perspective? We must train it. It's the challenge of thinking of defense and AI from another perspective.
Pressing note, 10 years ago, also with CAS actually, and CEBRI, we went out for a global route discussing rules in cyberspace. We went through New York, Berlin, and some other places on Earth to discuss that. The UN, by design, could not converge into a rule-based game inside the cyberspace at the time. societies around the planet are not being able to converge into what happens in cyberspace, if it is a crime or it's not a crime when it catches the real life on the other side. And we're still living that. Democracies are being threatened by that. So we missed the mark in cyberspace at all with social networks at the time and so on. On the defense side, on the cyberspace, there are no rules. You can do anything. And the life of citizens are increasingly more cyber. I'm afraid to say that we didn't catch that 10 years ago. We're far away from the mark into whatever discussion we have into what do we do in cyberspace? Is it equitable or is it ethic or so on? Humanity missed the mark, sometimes by design, sometimes by interests, economic interests. Now, in terms of sovereignty, this is a major discussion nowadays. What are the rules inside your country? What that society wants with AI or with social security, or social networks and so on. What are the rules? How an election can be run? So these are all hot topics. Some countries, I think the UK, just prohibited social networks for underaged youngsters just recently. It's a major achievement. So we missed the mark by a decade.
We just have 2 more minutes, so just to wrap it up, and I'll stay on the little bit negative aspects of things. What are the barriers to Europe and Latin America cooperating even more? For Brynja specifically, do you see that the geopolitics play into this? Are there concerns in that regard that might impede things? For André, perhaps more on the business side, what do you see? Do you see things that are missing? Is it trust? Is it knowing, just the knowledge? Is it language barriers, etc.? And to Danielle, from the government side, what are impediments that you see to enhancing our cooperation? And as this is the final round, we will wrap up after this. Who wants to go first? André.
Well, it is not about language. It is not about Europe not understanding Latin America. By the way, parts of history of our continent is tied to, it is about relevance. It is about the local governance. It is about arranging ourselves in a way that is compatible to the rest of the planet or the rich world. The worlds are getting really, really, really different. The day-to-day life of a citizen here is getting really different from a citizen in Europe or in the US in so many dimensions. This distance is increasing. We have to make every effort. Our, let's say, peripheral situation, not to distance us from each other at a moment where we are endowed with stuff that everybody needs and we can help each other. It is about relevance. It is about distance of realities.
If I may go next and go in the teacher's line. In terms of barriers for Latin America and Europe to collaborate more together, I think you're correct, completely right. It's not about language. It's about agency. It's about political will, which I think is there. And I don't think these two continents should allow geopolitics to decide that we cannot collaborate together, because that means that we're giving our agency away, and we need to make sure that we collaborate and partner together in science, in research, in defense, in, scientific and academic collaboration, because that is really what's going to make these two continents much, much, much stronger.
Well, I would like to answer this question using 2 different tracks. First, it's about bringing all of the positive activities and agreements that we've had in the last 3 or 4 years of government, where we drew closer to the EU with much more quality and better cooperation. That's a road ahead that started that's a road that we started breaking barriers that we faced that are not necessarily effective barriers created by the government. Or the first barrier is that we can see, not only in Brazil but in other parts of the world, we see that there's institutional difficulties, greater institutional difficulties internally, gaps that do not actually empower demands of the state. What they do is they destroy demand. It's a serious problem. From a government's perspective, we work daily to reorganize the way in which we understand the importance of our traditional partnerships, and Europe is a traditional partner, international partner. It's not by chance that our president is there. He went to France this week. He's had excellent conversations with the EU, with European leaders, our president. So that's one dimension. Another issue is that, and I don't think this is an obstacle necessarily, but it's something by which we have to understand the way things work. In Brazil's demand perspective, Brazil has a need of seeing various different opportunities that may show up in the international system. And as André mentioned, this is not an ideology or a split between privileging one actor in favor of another. It's about building autonomy, which is also a traditional component of Brazil's foreign policy. It is something that we must not lose because of our internal fissures that disturbed many issues that we're structuring in our policy. So valuing the cooperation that we have with our main partners, and the EU is one of them, that is a way of breaking down false barriers which were created so that our, so this is about increasing our cooperation, not only in defense but in other arenas.
Panel. A little bit and somewhat special thank you to André for participating on his birthday.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Ambassador. Another wonderful panel we just had. I'd like also to thank André Clark, that has been monitoring this conference for a few years, and has Ambassador Karin also, which accepted graciously our invite to be moderator and a speaker in this panel. She has an important role in promoting and helping in Brazil's cooperation and negotiation with Sweden. Brazil's cooperation with Sweden, it's an important case, interesting case with this technology transfer when we speak about the Gripen and other cases. So thank you very much. So while the team prepares the stage for the upcoming presentation, please remain sitting down. We'll have another coffee break afterwards. And now we're going to have the upcoming Flash Talk, which is that panel which we had yesterday, the opportunity of watching. Yesterday we had Larissa speaking, and now we'll have another wonderful presentation. The title is European Defense Autonomy in a Fragmented World. In the latter years, debate on strategic autonomy have won increased relevancy and importance in Europe. The Ukraine war, transformation in transatlantic ties, relationships, and uncertainties in the international system have brought to the center of the agenda the need for strengthening own capabilities in defense and security. To reflect upon this very important theme, I'd like to call to the stage the director of the Studies Institute of the EU, Mr. Stephen Everts. Professor, o palco é seu.
Bom dia a todos. Realmente é prazer.
Felt to begin by thanking the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the colleagues at CEBRI, the colleagues at the European Union delegation for bringing us all together to have really 2 days of fantastic discussions on what is changing in our world and what it all means for the partnership between Europe and Latin America. I'm slightly intimidated because they gave me the assignment for this flash talk. They also gave me a tough title, European Defense Autonomy in a Fragmented World. And as a good student, you sort of try to, okay, prepare yourself for this. And in strategic planning terms, there are 3 key questions that you always ask yourself. What? So what? And now what? And I will try to use this sort of structure for my presentation this morning with you. First, on the what. What is the new geopolitical dispensation? We've just talked about it yesterday and also this morning. And it seems to me from a European perspective, not the European perspective, but my perspective, Europe finds itself quite uniquely in a triangle of pressure. It's the first time in my professional lifetime, and sort of 25 plus years in this business, that we are confronted at the same time by being threatened from the east by Russia, by being put under pressure by China, and at the same time also facing unprecedented uncertainties and also an element of ideological competition from the United States. Now the nature of these pressures is different. I don't want to group them all together. But they do all want a weak European Union, and they do all, I think, want to jeopardize the system of multilateralism that has been so much center of the discussion here at Forte. Now, if you ask this European, how should we respond to that? I think there are 2 lines of effort that from a European perspective emerge out of this position, and that's the building up of strength, because in today's world, only the strong can remain free. I want to stress this point. The emphasis on building up strength, on building up strategic autonomy, is not a goal in itself. It's a means. It's a means to remain free, to be able to continue to shape our own lives in the way that we want. This is probably the most deep-felt human desire that you have, that I have, that countries and continents have, to shape your own future in the way that you see fit. That's the first line. And the second line of effort is, of course, the search for partners, search for agency, diversification of strategic options. So this is a little bit the context. Now let me begin by describing a bit further this triangle of pressure. It begins with Russia. In the session just a moment ago, we heard very vividly how much the whole Ukrainian society is being attacked by Russia, and how much the whole Ukrainian society is mobilizing to defend itself against a war they did not choose. Nobody in Ukraine nor in Europe wanted this war, but it's the war where we now have to confront. And it's extremely impressive to see not only the defense innovation that Brynja mentioned a moment ago, but it's also very, very impressive to see how Ukrainian society is defending what is dear to them, what is dear to us, the democracy and the right to shape their own lives. I want to add another dimension to all of this, because we talk rightly a lot about Ukraine, but for us, Russia is also a broader threat. I mean, the war is in Ukraine, but the activities by Russia on EU soil, on European soil, with drones that appear near airports, with sabotage actions where cables get cut, or just yesterday in the English Channel, not near St. Petersburg, but in the English Channel, there was a Russian warship that fired warning shots against a civilian yacht. So there is a broader Russia threat that goes beyond Ukraine, and my summary is that we tend to overestimate Russian strength, but underestimate Russian hostility. And I think in Europe we've learned that we cannot outsource the deterrence against Russia to anybody else. This is on us. We need to do this ourselves. Second point of the triangle, China. China is different from Russia. We had this formula in the European Union of saying, well, China is at the same time a partner, as a growing partner, a growing power. You need to work with China on climate change, on global financial stability, on all sorts of topics. But is also a fierce economic competitor, and it is a systemic rival. But I want to stress that the relative weight between these 3 elements in Europe is shifting. And we're getting more critical vis-a-vis China, and it goes back to the discussion that was held just a moment ago about whether, dependencies, when do dependencies become problems? And I think you have to look at the strategic intent behind the dependencies. Because what we've learned in the last 12, 18 months, that China is willing to use its dominant position over critical supply chains, the critical minerals, the rare earth. You know this story. It is willing to weaponize the dependencies for political purposes. And we've been really at the sharp end of that. So the debate in Europe on China is shifting. It's also shifting because the facts are changing. You know this famous sentence by John Maynard Keynes, when the facts change, I change my mind. And the facts have changed between Europe and China to the extent that our trade deficit is now so big, it is 1 billion euros a day. So China stopped buying things from Europe and is still exporting over capacity. So we're changing a little bit on our view on China, and this is feeding in the strategic equation. Now a little bit on the United States. When you talk about the United States, you have to use sort of verbal acrobatics. It's not so easy to describe what adjectives or nouns to use about the United States these days, but at a minimum, we have to engage with lower trust. There has been trust erosion between Europeans and North Americans. But there's also an element of ideological competition where they feel that they want to export the MAGA revolution and their support for certain political forces inside the European Union. I believe this is also sometimes happening in this part of the world. And I think that this is really, really kind of a challenge for us how we respond to this. We need to be very clear-eyed, and I think we need to see that this goes beyond this particular individual of Donald Trump. There are structural changes taking place in the United States. That means that all of us will have a different relations with the United States going forward. So that's the triangle of pressure. Of course, there's a wider context. I can be brief about that because it's been extensively discussed already yesterday and this morning. But this is a world where coercion is on the rise, where international law is under pressure, where strategic domains are increasingly interconnected, and where distance will not protect you. Distance will not protect you. Again, it's not the world that we want, but it's the world we have to face. Now, how do Europeans want to get out of this? And here you get you to the so what part of the talk. I mean, Europe has a paradox. There's a very comforting story that we tell in Brussels to ourselves. And the story goes a little bit like this. We have the biggest market and 18 trillion economy. We're the biggest donor of development support or of climate finance. Also in global public opinion polls, the Europeans tend to come a little bit higher than Americans or Chinese as to how attractive we are in terms of partners. And yet, we seem to be unable to turn these assets, to turn these strengths into actual leverage. Because these days, if you work in Brussels, you wake up in the morning, you look at your phone and say, oh my God, what has happened now? What do we do? And there is a sense of drift in Brussels. There's a sense that others are setting the pace, others are setting the agenda, others are determining the direction, and we're forever put into a reactive posture. Some of the reasons for this are as old as the European Union itself. We are many, we are 27 proud, independent countries, each with a veto point in the decision-making bodies of the European Union. But there is also, I think, a little bit of a psychological dimension to all of this. There's a feeling of fatalism a little bit in Europe, and psychologists have a term for this. And the term is learned helplessness. If you as an individual are confronted with a situation over which you believe you have no control, your reaction is sort of passivity and fatalism. Nothing I can do. And this has been a little bit the experience over the last 12, 18 months in Europe. And I think it's important that we get out of this. And we can get out of this only by these two lines of effort I mentioned at the beginning. Building up strength and diversifying our partnerships. Now, let's go on to the partnership thing first. It's very striking to me that in the European Union today, there's an enormous enthusiasm, energy, priority into this whole building up of partnerships around the world. Because we believe, and we hear it, and I think it's very prominent in this conference as well, that there are many countries, there are many regions that, like us, do not want to live in a G2 binary world of spheres of influence, of coercive politics, of binary choices, that, like us, people are on the lookout for diversification of partnerships. And just to give you a couple of examples of what this has already led to. EU-India was, I worked on it myself, always one of the most underperforming relations that we had. There's a mismatch of expectations and what have you. 20 years of negotiations on an FTA, never got anywhere, and all of a sudden, boom, things accelerated, and we've done a big deal with India. We've also developed a security and defense partnership to go along it, and EU-India is really taking off. Indonesia, again, a country that probably the European at its peril, we didn't attach really enough priority to. EU-Indonesia, FTA done, bigger agenda on cooperation on critical minerals attached to it, really developing further. Mexico, it was mentioned as well. And of course, the most prominent and most important for this context is EU-Mercosur. A bit like EU-India, many, many years in the making. We never got the sort of the critical mass mobilized around it to get it done. Now it's over the line, and it should really be the game changer that many people at this conference have emphasized that it could be. It's not just a trade agreement, it's really a strategic agreement that we have an enormous interest in to maximize its potential. And it's also interesting, by the way, to know the trade between the European Union and Latin America is very balanced, unlike trade we have with other parts of the world. So the first big plank of effort, the first line of effort is this diversification drive that is ongoing. But then, in view of the time, let me also move on to the other part. This is the defense autonomy that was put to me as the exam question. You know that Europe is rearming. You also know the reasons why this is so. The threats have intensified, big uncertainty over the United States and US commitment. So we have to take care of our building up our own deterrence. The good news is that there's really an enormous amount of financial resources going into Europe's defense right now. To give you some figures, you know, defense spending in the European Union has increased by 11% compared to 1 year ago, and by 60% compared to 5 years ago. Now, there was really a deficit, an underspending over decades, where we were quite happy with a dispensation where the US really was in the lead on this. But the finances of this have changed. And the question right now is, can you turn this enormous amount of money into actual combat power, into actual deployable capabilities? And can you do so at scale? And how do you organize it? The problem is no longer money today, the problem is now organization. And this leads me to give you a little bit of a preview of a report that at the organization where I work, the EU Institute for Security Studies. It's going to come out next week, and I'd like to give you a very brief preview of what that report is arguing. And the title of the report is Defending Europe, Deterring Russia, Resources, Readiness, and Resolve, the 3 R's. And the question there is, how do we as Europeans organize ourselves to deter Russia with much less American support? And the 3 R's are really about the sustainment in terms of mobilization of resources that is needed, and the need for Europeans, in partnership with others, to acquire exactly those capabilities on which we are heavily dependent on the United States today. And everybody knows this list. It's air defense, it's missile defense, it's intelligence gathering, strategic lift, command and control. And the name of the game here is to develop non-US supplied sources for these capabilities, for the strategic enablers, because if you're spending so much money, you want some of that money to be spent closer to home and no longer the 60% of your defense spending going to the United States. But also because the US is telling you whatever you order today, you will get in 2032, 2034, 2035 and beyond. So there's really a need to accelerate this. On the readiness, this takes you whole into the necessity of Europeans to prepare their whole societies for a period of strategic tensions, infrastructure, readiness, doing more trainings and other such things, learning very much from Ukraine and learning very much from our Scandinavian partners in Europe who are very advanced on that. And the last point is resolve. Because deterrence doesn't depend, strictly speaking, on what you have. Deterrence depends on what you're willing to use and what your adversary believes that you are willing to use. And here it's kind of interesting because we've done some polling across Europe, and often it is assumed that our publics do not have the stomach for the kind of strategic environment in which we are now entering, and that they wouldn't, be willing to pay price to defend democracy and to defend our sovereignty. And the polling that we have found out that that's not the case. It all depends on what the consequences, what the alternatives are of particular choices. In some ways, the European public is ahead of our political class. They are more ready to invest in actual joint European integrated approaches to these things. So that's the public dimension to all of this. Let me try to wrap up. The picture that I've tried to give you is a strategic landscape where Europe feels under pressure, and you should prepare yourself if you're dealing with cooperation with Europe, that you're dealing with a continent that feels uncertain, that this is also feeding into our politics. But Europe is not powerless by any means. It's a rich continent, it has many assets, but it needs to get better at turning these assets into actual leverage and influence. It's a continent on the lookout for partners, and that's a very exciting prospect where we can join forces in defense of common values and common interest. Europe is not powerless, Europe is not alone. But the final thought I wanted to leave you with is a little bit of a personal story. Because at these kinds of conferences and also here, we very often emphasize how much the world is changing. Technology, security, and that has been very much the dominant framing of this conference as well, and rightly so, because the world is changing. But sometimes there are also constants, and I want to tell you a little story of how I got into this business that may help to illustrate this. My first real boss in my professional life was Javi Solana. He was Spanish foreign minister and then became NATO Secretary General and then EU High Representative. And I was the most junior member of his cabinet 25 years ago. And the first thing I had to do, I was a speechwriter at the time, was to draft some comments for him to make on a conference like this, where we're discussing security, where we're discussing economics and trade, not yet AI, but very, very similar things. Huh? And being a good European, what did I do? Well, I drafted lots of nice bullet points for my boss on rules and how this is important, and rules-based this and rules-based that. And Solana, they said, yes, Stephen, but you have to explain why rules-based matters. Why this? Otherwise, you sound very, small c conservative. So we worked a bit together on this, and the phrase we came up together is agreed rules make states secure, people free, and companies willing to invest. And I think 25 plus years on, that is still a good formula. We want states to be secure. We want sovereign states free from external interference. We want people to be free, to have political rights, democratic rights, to shape their own lives. And we want companies willing to invest, able to invest, to provide us with the innovation and the jobs, and to combat poverty and to close income gaps as only they can do. So that formula of agreed rules, I think in a world of chaos and in a world of change and a world of disorientation is something to cherish. And let me leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Wow, muito obrigado.
Thank you, Professor Stephen. We do know that a flash talk is always a challenge, so we thank you very much. We thank the European Institute on Security for sending Professor Stephen. It's a major pleasure, big pleasure. Yesterday we had Professor Larissa speaking about Brazil's perspective worldwide, and today we had this European context. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite everyone now for a quick coffee break just outside. We'll be back in a few minutes for the remaining panels in this conference. Thank you.
Falta só ela. Banheiro, tá? Ok, agora nós temos todos.
Okay, we've got all speakers here at hand. Rafael, welcome again. We will now start with the following panel of the conference, and this is all about strategic minerals and sovereignty, the new geopolitics of rare earths. When we spoke in this last few days about AI, semiconductors, and energy transition, oftentimes we forget about a crucial element, which are the mineral resources that make everything possible. Today, the control of the production chains and processing of strategic minerals has become one of the main factors of competition in the geopolitical world. The concentration of these resources in few countries creates dependencies, vulnerabilities, and new challenges for technological sovereignty. So to moderate this panel, I'd like to invite the Executive Director of the German Chamber of Commerce, Luana Lima. And for the roundup, I'd like to invite the Resilience and Program of the Washington Forum, Maciej Bukowski. I'd also like to invite to the stage Senior Fellow from CEBRI, Rafaela Guedes. And to wrap up, the following Justice Minister of Peru and Human Rights, Ms. Marisol Perez-Taylor. Welcome. So Luana, it's up to you. You have the floor.
A very warm welcome from my side. My name is Luana von Gevanitz Lima. I am the CEO at the German Chamber of Commerce here in Rio de Janeiro. And I'm very happy and honored to moderate this panel today. We've been discussing at the conference in the last 2 days the implications of technological and security ecosystems, not only technologies, but rather ecosystems, in geopolitical, military, economic, and sovereignty. The reality is reshaping global power structures. A few years ago, oil and gas were widely regarded as the strategic resources of the 21st century. Today, critical minerals are increasingly playing a similar role. The key question is no longer simply who possesses the resources, but who controls the extraction, processing, refining, and technologies associated with them. This panel today, this debate, goes far beyond mining, of course. It is about industrial competitiveness, national security, energy transition, technological leadership, and strategic autonomy. In many ways, we are witnessing a global process of rewiring power, the name of this conference as well, on which we access and control over critical mineral value chains will help to determine the distribution of economic and geopolitical influence in decades ahead. Against this backdrop, today's discussion will explore how Latin America and Europe can work together to build resilient and sustainable supply chains, reduce strategic dependencies, and transform resource endowments into a source of innovation, prosperity, and sovereignty. It is my great pleasure to welcome our distinguished panelists. And you get already in the program their resumes. So I will just spare a very long reading because they have a very broad experience. But we have Maciej Bukowski, who is the director of the Energy and Resilience Program at the Warsaw Security Forum. We have Rafaela Guedes, senior fellow at CEBRI and CEO at RG Impact. And we have Marisol Perez-Telo, former Minister of Justice and Human Rights of Peru, attorney and public notary from Lima, former member of Congress, former Minister of Justice and Human Rights, captain of in the Peruvian Army Reserve, and professor of human rights at national and international universities. I'm sorry, I couldn't just put up an end in the first description. And to start and to warm up a little bit our panel, I would like to ask and give the opportunity for all the three panelists to give a brief overview on the current developments of strategical and critical minerals markets in each country and, of course, Maciej in Europe as a whole. Would you like to start?
Good morning, everyone. Quite a burden on my shoulders to speak on behalf of 27 nations to present the policy in this critically important sphere of critical minerals. But I guess it's like tidying up your room. If you don't know where to start, just start with the closest things you have in front of you. And I think the most basic thing to say before we delve into any extent whatsoever into any detail is basically to set the stage a little bit. And perhaps you remember this book by Haruki Murakami, who basically called it what it is that I talk about when I talk about running. And I guess here we could ask what it is that we talk about when we talk about critical minerals, because it's many things. And the title of the conversation today basically includes the rare earths bit, but rare earths is just part of the much larger equation. And I wouldn't possibly be able to give you a very detailed overview of how things are exactly seen from this perspective, or even the largest capitals in Europe on the matter. But I will tell you a few things which I think will set the stage for the rest of the conversation as far as Europe goes. First and foremost, critical minerals, understood as both those that are the rare earths and the non-rare earths, but nonetheless critical minerals, for all the sorts of technological processes undergoing now in the world, not only in Europe, are very much recognized as a highest priority by essentially all EU governments and the EU itself. And that's a distinction to be made between the national governments and the EU, because European Union is not a federation of states. It's not like Brazil, that you have sub-states and then you have actual legislation at the federal level that imposes things down there. We have national strategies, and then on top of that, we have the EU strategy, which, maybe let's start with that, was above all put into letter with the so-called Critical Raw Materials Act not that long ago, which has set the ambition that by 2030, the EU will be able to extract 10% of its critical minerals from its own territory, refine 40% of all that it needs on its territory as well in its own facilities, take up to 25% of all it needs from recycled materials, and then do not rely on any particular non-EU exporter of critical minerals by more than 65%. And let me tell you that we are 3.5 years until the deadline of that act is meant to be met, and I wouldn't bet my money on any of those 4 benchmarks to be met by then, meaning that we're going to miss that largely. So before, I wouldn't like to hijack conversation from, with the first question, but maybe I'll tell you this. Both the EU at its European level and the EU states on their national levels, they are conceiving oftentimes competing strategies as to how to make it so that they become more independent and closer to these benchmarks that have been set in the CRMA, which is an act that obliges them to be implemented. It's a direct EU law. in such a way that all the other processes that they are now materializing at the same time, rearmament, energy transition, going big on AI, a whole bunch of other things in between, they're going to be met in a way that is both sustainable in the long run, but also that allows them to become competitive. And maybe when I say competitive, may I emphasize that does not necessarily mean competitive as Europe. It also means competitive against other EU states. And therefore, when we look at South America, Brazil in particular, for instance, because that's where we are at now, you can hardly talk an EU strategy. There's German strategy, there's French strategy, there is no Polish strategy yet, but there are certain developments that perhaps in the later question I will try to dig into a little bit deeper.
Thank you very much, Maciej, for already touching on the Critical Raw Materials Act. We'll go back further on this subject. Rafaela, what is currently under development in Brazil with regards to the raw materials market?
Thank you. Well, I was thinking Portuguese, English, Spanish. Let's do English. I think that most will understand without the mic. So, lucky me, leading through CEBRI, we just ended a huge study on critical minerals, but specifically on rare earths. And it's going to be launched by the government on Friday. So I'll give some spoilers. But it was a huge opportunity. So before speaking about Brazil, I think it's important to bear some numbers in mind within this value chain. So when we're speaking specifically of rare earth, we're seeing that 70% of what's mined globally is within China. When we look into the midstream and walking until the magnets, so for those who are not really acquainted with that, it's you explore, then you start doing several chemical processes, which will take you to different kinds of powders, to make it simple, which are the concentrates, then the oxides, and this goes until you get to the magnets. So when we're speaking about the midstream and the downstream of this value chain, 94% of the world's magnets are done and are concentrated in China. So when we live in a world, as we just saw the war between the US and Iran, and the world just went, like Brent prices just went up more than $100 per barrel, with only 20% of production going out of the market. Imagine not having access to the magnets coming from China. So in this new environment in which we are, this shuffled a lot of things, because finally the world, after decades, woke up and said, oops, Houston, we have a problem. If they stop selling to us, our iPhones cannot be made, my Tesla cannot be produced, Volkswagen will have a problem, and there you go, because this is within my F-35, my submarines, my weapons. So in all over the value chains, we see that we are choked. And the complex part of this is that to change this game, mentality has to change. And this is the biggest challenge. In a moment where all the world is so fragmented and we so many wars and so many disputes relative to competition, to win this game, or to at least be able to get a bit more of sovereignty as we wish, we will have to cooperate. And cooperation, and besides the cooperation, the democracies make this, it's way more challenging. There's a lot of pieces to move together, so cooperation is one part of it. And the other is that it's not the freewheeling of capitalism. We will have to have some incentives in place. We will have to have price floors. We will have to have incentives. We will have to have industrial policy. We will have to have really intentional and more than governments, states really looking for the future and the long run. So it's a completely different game, and that's where we are. And then coming to Brazil, Brazil has the second biggest reserves in terms of these critical minerals. It's very much concentrated towards the upstream. But however, although we have the second biggest reserves after China, we didn't even produce 1,000 tons last year. So it's a moment where there's a lot of appetite to look to Brazil and to understand how can we evolve and who's going to be investing in these projects, what's the economics. The good news is, and this will appear in the study, hopefully it will be released on Friday and then everybody can give a look. It's a 300-page, but we will have a smaller version, but we have a lot of numbers and details. And then we will be able to see that if all projects which are announced come online, come on stream, we would be scaling up from 1,000, less than 1,000 to 38,000 tons of these minerals. Just to give an idea of what I'm speaking about, the global world consumed last year 391,000 tons. So if we're able to, in the next 2, 3, 4 years, produce 38,000 tons, we will produce 10% of the market's need. So this is just one part of it, but then the complex and the choke point is in the midstream. So there's a lot of things going on. We had the opportunity to speak to several countries, so France, Estonia, UK, India, Japan, Malaysia, Indonesia, Canada, Australia, who am I missing? Of course, United States and China. So there's a lot of benchmark in terms of these value chains and where each country is. But I will end my speech here, my initial speech, saying that to be able to play this game, I wouldn't say win, it's really to play, to be able to have a part of this, we will need to think differently. And to your point, Marcel, when negotiating with the European Union, Brazil is facing challenges, especially because it's not one country, it's the European Union, so 23 countries within it, and getting to consensus and having the right speed and the right pace to do these investments. So we need more speed, and we need a bigger and a faster pace and a different mentality. So, and here.
Thank you very much, Rafaela. Very exciting to see, to give you the general overview. Yes, and already looking forward for the study by Friday. I took the opportunity to check on the website of CEBRI yesterday. There's also a policy paper, if I'm not mistaken, the correct name, where you see also some benchmarks of the development of the value chain in Australia and, if I'm not mistaken, another country, which is also very interesting. So looking forward to get an update in 300 pages. And but thank you very much for this first introduction. And dear Marisol, what is currently happening in Peru? Can you give us an overview? Feel free to also to put your statement in this first warm-up section.
I use my if you want. Parece?
Thank you. I would like to start by acknowledging the Konrad Adenauer Foundation on behalf Maximiliano CEBRI, of all the current authorities as well, and everyone who finds themselves here in Latin America, especially the present and the future of this region, of the young politicians. I'd like to acknowledge everyone. I'd like to propose to all of you the 3 challenges that we must face in Latin America. The first one, time. The second one, institutions. And third, strategic collaboration among equals. Because the decisions of this decade will not only define the present, they will define who we will be in 2050. And looking towards this horizon, the question is not only what place we occupy in the world, the question is whether we will arrive in time to occupy it. which is why the first challenge, which I place before you, is time. For years we asked whether our countries were at the table or on the menu, or were we on the menu. I remember Canada and Davos, and yesterday we had yet another comment regarding this, but we must add yet a more uncomfortable question. Will we be in time at the table or on the menu? Because the real scarcity of the 21st century is not only critical minerals, it's not only rare earths, it is about the strategic time. Energy transition, artificial intelligence, and digitalization are accelerating global demand at a pace that our institutions do not always follow or match. Actually, never. Latin America holds a privileged position.
Un tercio del cobre mundial. El triángulo de litio posee entre el 60 y el 70% de las reservas globales para la transición energética.
Of global reserves for the energy transition. Brazil, we've already mentioned, they have strategic resources, especially rare earths, and they have over 60 to 70%. We have resources that the world needs. But the question is not only what we have, the question is whether we can turn them into development in time. And can we do it in time? Because a mining project can take between 10 and 20 years to reach production. Depending on time, bureaucracy, and how we can solve democratically the conflicts and relationships with the indigenous people that find themselves in this time. In the next 15 or 20 years, technology changes, materials evolve, and value chains are reconfigured under a strong international pressure and supply shocks. And the risk is not merely being left out of the table. The risk is arriving when the table has already changed, when value added has already been captured by others, when the opportunity for Latin America is no longer existing. Which is why it's not only about having resources, it's about having institutional speed, strategic vision, and execution capacity. Which is why we have a second challenge, which is institutions. Geology matters, but the institutions matter even more. Natural resources do not generate development on their own. They're present, which we have plenty of in Latin America, but between the wealth underground and well-being above ground, there's a bridge, and this bridge are the institutions and financing. We often speak of Europe and Latin America as homogeneous blocks, but we are not. Neither within Europe nor within Latin America, even less so in Latin America. We do not start from the same level of infrastructure, regulatory capacity, or institutional stability. Acknowledging this does not weaken the diagnostics. It makes it realistic. The real challenge is not proving we have resources. The world knows this. The challenge is proving that we have the capacity to transform them into sustainable development. This requires legal certainty, infrastructure, innovation, human talent, democratic conflict management, and financing, and also requires confronting a critical phenomenon in Latin America, which sometimes we'd rather not speak of, transnational organized crime, that little by little co-opts all of our institutions and corrupts them. And it's because where the state is weak, others will take its place. Today, criminal organizations not only control illegal economies, they control territories, capture rents, infiltrate legal economies, and erode institutions. Which is why there's no energy transition or technological transition without institutional sovereignty. And there's no development where the state loses effective control over its strategic territories or the territories. The central question is not how many resources we have. The question is whether we have the institutions and financing that are sufficient to turn those resources into development before the world changes. And here I would like to add another dimension. Development is not only economic, it's human, social, and ethical. Energy transition is not neutral. It reconfigures global power. and reshapes international hierarchies. For this reason, critical minerals cannot be understood only as economic assets. They are also political responsibilities, and their ultimate value will depend on the quality of our institutions and the legitimacy of our decisions. Above all, third challenge that I'm planting right here in this space, which joins together Europe and Latin America, is a strategic collaboration among equals. The current system tends to center around two major poles, the United States and China. Both are indispensable actors for global stability. But the question is not to replace them, nor to choose between them. The question is whether the world can sustain itself on only two centers of gravity. Because the most stable systems are not most concentrated, they are the most balanced. Therefore, the question for Europe and Latin America is not how to occupy someone else's chair. It is how to co-create one or more chairs, a chair built on strategic collaboration among equals. This is strategic because we're clearly not equals. And here, let me be explicit. The relationship between Europe and Latin America must be a strategic partnership among equals based on co-creation, trust, and mutual respect. Not implicit hierarchies, not asymmetric dependencies, not conditional cooperations, but mutual respect, shared interests, and reciprocal benefits. Europe brings science, technology, industry, regulation, and institutional experience. Latin America brings strategic resources, biodiversity, energy, talent, and growing markets. But this complementarity only works under a clear principle. No one imposes, no one submits, no one defines the other's future. Either we build together or we do not build at all. Europe needs resilience and diversified supply chain. Latin America needs investment, technology, infrastructure, and capabilities. We need shared infrastructure for development that connects the world, waterways, ports, roads, integrated mining, logistics corridors, water management and recycling, technological transfer, knowledge transfer, capacity building, mining clusters, and innovation clusters. This does not exist in most of Latin America. But for this relationship to work, we must resolve a central tension. In this case, the gap between short political cycles and the need for having long-term strategies. How do we build 20 or 30-year visions in systems that change radically every 4 or 5 years, and sometimes even in 2 years, or even in 1 year? The answer is not to reduce democracy, not for me at least. It is to strengthen its capacity for strategic continuity. And here, critical minerals cannot be seen only as extraction. They must be seen as building territorial ecosystems. A mine has a life cycle, but roads, ports, universities, energy infrastructure, and human capital, all these remain. The real challenge is not funding projects. It is building competitive territories over the long term. And in this, no single actor can do it alone. Not the states, not the companies, not the universities, or not the multilateral organizations. The only possible answer is true collaboration, strategic collaboration among diverse actors that requires equals and a relationship among equals. Real collaboration, not declarative. Collaboration measured not in dependence, but in shared capabilities. This is a key concept for understanding our time. The signs of the times. We are not only facing an energy or technological transition, we are witnessing a reconfiguration of global power, shifting regional hierarchies and strong international pressure reshaping the geography of power. And Pope Leo XIV, and in this context, there's a warning raised by one of the most influential moral voices of our time, Pope Leo XIV, Peruvian, also American Pope, but also Peruvian Pope. In his latest encyclical, Magnificat Humanitas, he's insisted that technological and economic progress only makes sense if it remains oriented towards a common good and the unwavering respect for human dignity. And this is a political warning in such a historical moment. Because critical minerals are not just industrial inputs, they are autonomy or dependence, they are sovereignty or subordination, they are future or stagnation, and they are not neutral. The question is not only about how much we produce or how fast. The question is who sets the rules of the game, who captures the added value, and who is structurally left behind. If we fail to understand this, we risk repeating a familiar history already known in Latin America, regions rich in resources but poor in decision-making capacity, which is why this moment requires not only economic efficiency, it requires political direction, it requires strong institutions, and above all, it requires a relationship between Europe and Latin America that is based on essential condition, strategic collaboration among equals, not asymmetric relationships. Only from this equilibrium can we turn this historic transition into a shared opportunity for development, rather than a new form of dependence. Let me wrap this up in the following. The world is not changing slowly. It is changing now. And in this change, countries are not divided between big and small. They are divided between those who arrive on time and those who arrive late and those who never arrive. Europe and Latin America still have a unique opportunity, not only to collaborate, but to co-create the future. For this opportunity, it will not wait. And time, as always in history, grants no extensions. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much for this insightful thoughts on these three main points that you touched. I would like somehow to improvise and to maybe to give the word to Rafaela, because Marisol, one of the key points is the institutionalization in order to develop, also looking for international cooperation, because in a nutshell, we are on the same boat and no one will be able to promote socio-economical development, to de-risk, to build more resilient economies without cooperation. But in my perspective, it's also very important that each country, of course, in a very intensive exchange with others, looking within regions, but also continents and different regions of the world, that we do our homework to achieve, at least, to give the necessary conditions for the development of more stable and resilient production chains. And in this sense, Rafaela, you recently spoke to the Brazilian Senate, doing some comments on the regulatory framework that are currently under development and consideration in Brazil. So can you give us a brief resume where we are going, where are the main challenges, but of course, looking from this as a basis point for international cooperation?
So I will pick up from where I think Marisol complemented very well. This brings us to this new time in which cooperation is essential, and countries and the way countries act have changed. So in a moment where we know that China has this concentration, there is one problem everybody is facing. The reality everybody is adapted to is let the market move and we will want to buy the cheapest price for things. So this is the first and a very important matter. Because these value chains, first of all, we have to understand that we're speaking about mining, that in average, we take around 17 years from exploring to discover this exploitation and really start bringing this production on stream. And so we're not talking about, the train is passing, and if we continue to do things as we did in the past, we are stuck. So this is one thing. Then I would like to acknowledge you come from human rights. Mining is all about human rights, license to operate. Wherever we go, wherever we are, we need to understand that there is a problem. For instance, when looking into Europe, we hear this a lot, not in my backyard. Here in Brazil, we're starting to see several places, not in my backyard. So how are we going to do this in a way that we deliver more to society? And when I mean deliver more is when we are producing, and it can be rare earth, it can be any other, we will have to explore, we will have to deal with water. So within sustainability, how are we going to recycle and reuse this water? What type of energy are we using? Is it coal, because this is energy intensive, or is it clean energy? So this production matters. And then to society, this will all places, it can be a curse or it can be a treasure. But when is it a curse? When simply you develop and you leave behind, you leave problems, you leave like the dams, you have problems with what is the next generation of labor force going to do after the mining has passed. So what is the spillover you're generating to the society is something that has to be taken into consideration. Then, when companies are accessing, and we at CEBRI, we have been catalyzing a lot of these discussions, especially with Europe, but with the USA, with China, with everybody, in terms of how we're going to play this game. Because one thing is important. Why it's not, United States used to produce, Brazil used to produce, why did everybody stop producing? It's because normally what China did is they started producing, they really damped prices, so it was so not competitive to produce that everybody stopped producing and let's buy it from China. So that's when everybody went out of the market and lost the capacity building and lost the intelligence and the technologies and was missing out of these pieces and just considering, oh, we'll buy it from the cheapest place. So now we have to get to another economics environment and things that used to be, oh, local content, oh, using the best practices in terms of having sustainability embedded in the product, having this certification, traceability, all of these things, they cost. Who's going to pay more? So we are stuck in these discussions around, because if government's not going to act, private sector is not putting its own money. So there we are, and this is where legislation in Brazil is discussing, but this is not just about Brazil. You asked about Brazil, but actually we're facing the same problems everywhere because it's a different game. It's a different game, and then the first one to really do something concrete about this was the USA when not only through IRA, but through other policies that are in place now, they are making the point to, look, we will have these floor prices. We will start investing MP material. The government is going to have state and equity in part of these companies. So this is all being discussed here in Brazil in our framework. So this is a very important and a central piece of this. And one more before I pass the floor. Within the critical minerals, this is a different game as well in terms of amounts, because although it's very strategic, when we're speaking about iron ore, we're talking about millions of tons. When we're speaking about rare earth, we're talking about thousands of tons. So it's really small amounts of these oxides that go into the products being produced. So it doesn't change like the FX rates or the balances between what you sell and what you buy. That's not the point. But it's very strategic because it goes into the Teslas, it goes into the weapons, it goes into artificial intelligence, data centers and everything. So it's what comes next. So this is where we are in Brazil. Regulation as we speak, this is in the second chamber, the Senates are discussing this. There's a lot of attention. Again, I'm seeing Julia here. We're going to be hosting a private session within CEBRI to discuss this regulation and to see how private sector can come along and move and help government to take the lead. And so this is all. And cooperation, I will leave it here, because in this room we have several countries. Cooperation is key. But it's a different cooperation. It's a cooperation where we see each other as equal, where we understand that we will have to co-develop things together. Technologies aren't there. They aren't for granted. We have to be testing this. And the good news is that we have good examples. Here in Brazil, for instance, CBMM, which produces niobium, they're doing very interesting things in developing this value chain. They have been doing for ages, but collaborating with Japan, collaborating with the UK, collaborating with several others to develop specific technologies that can go into vehicles and so on. And so this is possible, but we have to think differently. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rafaela. And Maciej, which initiatives are currently, or are you currently seeing in place in Europe for connecting governments, private sectors, think tanks, to foster the necessary developments on the raw materials segment?
Before I get into that, maybe just a little bit of a comment that was already said, because there's a lot of juice in this conversation, and I wouldn't like to miss the chance of just hitting back the ball a little bit, because what your minister said about what I truly believe is really the centerpiece in this whole game, that we either are at the table or on the menu, that translates actually into a whole kind of set of domino pieces, which if they fall too quickly or not in the most foreseen way, the kind of butterfly effect that will eventually reverberate across the whole value chain will result in a situation where we'll all lose, actually. And if history is a lesson, I think we might look at the previous energy transition, which again is only part of the equation, because we said there's rearmaments, there's AI, there are a lot of different fields in which critical minerals are at the backbone of these processes. But if you look back at the previous energy transition, at oil, let's look, for instance, at one bad example and one good example how it went. One bad example was definitely Nigeria. And it's not saying it because it comes from my years of studying the subject, it comes from Nigerians themselves. A country that, in terms of its sheer reserves, is one of the most oil-endowed pieces of earth on this planet. And still, because of bad dealings, because of political shenanigans that took root long ago, huge corruption, and a whole lot of different elements in between, the result is that today there's neither equity in the society, the cake is not split evenly, nor there is the GDP growth or otherwise the economic incentives from oil extraction for the country really to take in the benefits of that extraction. And I'm saying this is because it's relevant so that we either here or elsewhere in the world where there's mining happening now, And it's not only CRMs. In Poland, for instance, it's coal that we are dropping, actually, not taking in, but we're dropping. But the stakes are similar. Unless this is structured well, we'll end up in a situation where the benefits within society of allowing foreign investors to come in and exploit our resources will result in revolt, not in acceptance of the whole process. Now, I mentioned Nigeria. On the other end of the spectrum, there's, for instance, Norway, a country which is just as much committed to the energy transition as it is to extraction. Well, not necessarily of CRMs, of what that happens to, especially off the coast of the Norwegian shelf, but to oil and gas. But they very quickly came to terms that if this is meant to happen, then we have to keep the broader population happy with it. So there's environmental concern, there's concern for even the autochthon people, which they have quite a bit as well in the north. There's concern about the sovereign fund, which funds basically the future of the nation. And I could go on forever, but that's not the point. The point is that you really have a one-in-a-generation chance to structure this well, or else we'll end up with these frivolous arbitration claims brought in by international corporations that at the first hit of the thing will basically leave the country and start proceedings that oftentimes end up in those countries being facing billions in litigation costs. And I know what I'm talking about because I was myself part of that equation for years. Now to your question about what's going on exactly to sort of in Europe as to the ecosystem that is emerging to address the CRM game appropriately, maybe, to put it that way. There are certain developments that are worth looking into, and I think certain elements of the broader landscape that are worth mentioning, but there are also certain developments that could have gone much further, but they haven't. So maybe let's start with the first ones. Europe, again, like we mentioned earlier, is not one cohesive piece of things. The differences in terms of how we identify our national interests from, let's say, Poland on one eastern flank to Spain on the other end of the continent are so different that we can hardly talk about any sort of cohesively understood vision, let alone about mining. Because when it comes to energy transition alone, which yet again, let's remember and never lose this from the hindsight, is only one of the many spheres that require these growing numbers of minerals. And the energy transition is so much already pushed ahead in Spain, whereas in Poland it's only taking off, that at the time when, let's say, the Polish energy minister and the Spanish energy minister meet in Brussels, they can hardly talk about the same thing. It's apples to oranges, essentially. And so the EU has done a fairly good thing in order to try to map out these differences and try to spearhead a certain spirit of common understanding in terms of why it is important to see things in the same way. But like someone said yesterday, it's old grammar for new language, essentially. And although, for instance, we do nominally care about the things that Minister just laid out as the crucial ones in order for the transition not only to be complete, but just as well. And for instance, we care about coming here and talking with the local governments in order to structure the investments in such a way so that we don't leave a mess behind us, rather than proceeding like the Chinese do, that oftentimes they just come in with bags full of cash and they don't care about the environmental concerns at all. But at the same time, this has to be weighted against, which you mentioned earlier, the haste and the pace that is needed to meet the requirements of the reality we're living in, which is one of constant rivalry. And so this morning, I looked up to see if there was any change to the EU's CRMA list of strategic projects, which, long story short, if the EU does place a project on that list, that project is meant to be streamlined, it's not going to take 15 years, like you said, but maybe less in order for that to really take off. There's going to be financing and so on and so forth. In South America, there's only one project on that list. And it's Brazil, by the way, but just one. In Central Asia, there's like a dozen. In all of Asia, it's like 3 dozen. So the question now being in terms of these networks of common understanding, like how do we get ourselves on the same page at a time when the EU does not have actually a very cohesive vision of how to approach CRMs, is, okay, we need them. We are so overly dependent on China, but then in South America, you have those minerals. You could come, you could bargain. I know that I think this in December last year, that the Brazilian minister was mining minister was in Germany and said that in Hanover, yes, and said that Brazil thus far has not perhaps been necessarily been involved enough in the later stages of the value chain, rather than being now, as opposed to being now focused on the on essentially upstream extraction. And I'm mentioning this is because, to just read to your question about how things are working out in Europe in terms of advancing these common understandings. If you look, for instance, at Poland, where we have very little CRMs, but we have, for instance, Europe's largest, well, one of the largest battery assembly facilities that are owned by Korea's LG Chem, I could tell that there are certain synergies that could, spearheaded by organizations like even the think tank OurCat and the whole, dozens of other organizations that come from down there that can sort of convey this message that this is relevant. Also work with governments like the one in Brazil in order to pass the message that there is so much more that we could work together on, not necessarily on extraction, but on these later stages of value chains, whether it be battery assembly, whether it be even refining in the middle, or whether it be creation of these sub-products that are now with Mercosur much easier to bring into Europe.
Thank you so much. And yeah, maybe if you could comment and maybe an add-on. You spoke a lot about the CRM policies and how big the challenges are. On April this year, the European Union also launched the Resource EU, this procurement platform for critical minerals. So maybe you can comment on this, and in how far do you see these policies as an effective policies for contributing to international cooperation?
Fairly quickly, if you look at the fact that it's mostly national governments that are flocking into here, and in order to strike deals and sort of trace the road for future investments, I think already that tells you volumes. Again, whatever nominally, whether that development or any other, there's a bunch of others also developments of similar kinds, for instance, in the batteries business, whatever kind of these developments are in place, at the end of the day, it is still the nationally driven political agenda that drives these developments in terms of the materialization. In Europe, again, the way we see things from stockpiling to extraction to refining are so much different from country to country. And why I am myself, you ask me personally, I'm very skeptical towards the success of a pan-European EU initiative of the kind. It's because, again, these differences are so much different. I'll give you just one example that at our work as a foundation we have been looking into fairly at depth lately. The question of rearmament, which is, one F-35 takes like half a ton of rare earths alone. The rearmament agenda is so much higher up the ladder politically in, say, Poland, that is facing more imminent threats from Russia than it is, again, so that I don't jump too far from the example I already gave, in, let's say, Spain. So again, unless we really have a policy that puts a common denominator to this vision, like how to approach all these elements of the CRM game in the same way, I don't really see how that yet another piece of EU legislation could indeed provide certain substance that would last in relation with between EU and, for instance, South America when it comes to long-term CRM investments and other undertakings.
Thank you so much. I will maybe come back to a central point that we discussed,
And yeah, maybe starting with Marisol. Marisol, of course, you already mentioned in your first speech, it's not about they and us, although we cannot say that all EU members countries are the same as in the region in Latin America, we are not the same. But still, how can Latin America and Europe coordinate joint strategies and efforts to reduce the external dependencies, strengthen strategic partnerships, and build a resilient value chain?
Gracias. Es una pregunta interesante porque
Thank you. It's
los países
well, why do two people draw closer? Is it by love? This romance does not apply to countries despite having a common history, reciprocal relationships, shared territories. For example, Ecuador, Peru, and the world in general. Just to speak of a concrete example, or Peru and Bolivia to speak about an original people, the Aymaras, for example. This could create reciprocal living relations, starting from a common history, common customs. But I believe that the cooperation strategy between equals, we use the term strategic to be elegant, because in a strict sense we're not equal, and we must be aware of this. Where are our differences? It's not something of human nature or personal dignity. The differences are because half of the Latin American population, let me speak about Peru. Many speak to Peru, my country. It is difficult to speak of Peru, but it's difficult to talk of Peru, speak of Peru without including our history. Children from 0 to 3 years are anemic. Many of them are anemic. This is impossible. This is unheard of in Europe. So this human talent and human resources are condemned if we don't give them the tools now. There are many problems, and impact. This affects their learning experience, or reading experience, our access to universities, for example, access to competitiveness. In Europe, the average is much higher. Other countries in Latin America that are not Peru also, they are richer. The rich are very rich, and the poor are very poor, often enough. And this gap, this enormous gap, you don't see in most of the European countries. So what is the reason by which we would have to deal? How could we be treated as equals? Because what we do have that is the same in Europe and Latin America is dignity. So the opportunity given to us, shown to us, is that relationship. And let me speak to this as respectfully as possible. We must put on the table, in terms of power, not only countries do not sit in equally in a negotiation table, and this negotiation may allow us, because of our strengths of one and the other, perhaps allow us to sit in the table altogether. But in this table, we'll have an opportunity not to compete, because China built its Chinese wall in 100 years. In Latin America, the governments change every 4 to 5 years, and we are currently in the pendulum. So in 5 years afterwards, the pendulum swings another way. And how does an investor, which normally is a private investor that looks for profit, how can he enter a market that will not assure it legal security, legal rules, clear rules? An investor is going to enter a country that has businesses connected to geopolitics. That is a problem for us. An investor wants security. I am a Democrat, and I believe in freedom. Freedom has a cost. This cost must be paid. I'm willing to pay it. But we want a strategic collaboration among equals, because this cooperation is not in question. We do have natural resources, but we do have gaps in infrastructure that take time, delay us. But this time allows us to transition from exploration to final product. We must do this now. I would have loved to have had the conditions to take advantage of the Shanghai port. We lost this dispute. We must say that we really have to make sure that there is feasibility in our projects, instead of losing time and investments in projects that do not have big possibilities. So we must again embrace our plans and our hopes and avoid wars. We have conflicts, one against the other, rich against poor, capitals against rural provinces, downtowns against outlying neighborhoods. So we must become back to Leo XIV's encyclical, take care of our own shared households. Because otherwise what we have, looking at the 2020 COVID pandemic, in Latin America we had a very high mortality rate in the first wave. It had nothing to do with economic development, but if the economic development does not have an impact in people's lives, no one worries about those people, about that impact. So just to wrap up my response, the time that Latin America has for its own use must be used towards concluding these projects that will close these infrastructure gaps. We now have projects for shipping between Argentina and Chile, between Paraguay and Brazil. We must see what we have, or analyze what we have, so that we have to contribute towards a concrete solution of development problems. Politicians who are clear about these issues are the ones that must embrace these problems. We must assure our competitive abilities, and this can only be given by a strategic vision, which is the result of joint work involving all of us, knowing that we have historic opportunities, and perhaps in the upcoming 5 years we may not have, or in the following 10 years we may not have. So let's take advantage of this window of opportunity. We must do this. Thank you.
Hello. Would you like to add your comments to Marisol's statement?
So I couldn't agree more. And the time, and I think all of us start getting anguished in terms of, so what are we going to do about all of this? And actually it's a comment, but actually a call for more action and for more interaction between our countries, and using think tanks and using the private sector and helping government in many ways. Because the challenge is huge. It will require different forms of thinking about these problems. Latin America by itself, it's so challenging when we look into our backyards. Even Brazil with Chile, Brazil with Argentina, sometimes we feel like we're much more prone, Brazil, towards speaking to Europe or towards speaking to United States than together within the region, and how can we produce or have these corridors, which makes a lot of sense. So, so adding upon both points, because another thing is that it's not a problem, or we shouldn't be ashamed in many ways of producing commodities, because commodities also have technologies embedded in them, and we have great examples. And great production coming from copper from Chile, lithium here with iron ore and many others. So there's no problem, and we should. The strategy we led within CEBRI, this is something we're very vocal. There's no problem in producing, and we must produce and do this in a sustainable way. And this also brings and leads to prosperity. So there's time frames for things to happen, and the first thing is, let's start bringing these minerals and producing them, and helping develop the regions, and do it in a right way. Besides that, what can we do in partnerships to start accelerating the other parts of the chain, which normally what we see is that these chains within critical minerals, it's not the same company. So governments sometimes get stuck in the idea that, no, so Vale do Rio Doce should produce everything, or X should be doing everything, and it's not, because the games are different, the chains, they will require different forms of things. There are ecosystems that we should be stimulating more, as the startups, innovation, universities. So there's a lot of possible cooperation between think tanks, universities, the innovation ecosystems that can bring different solutions, that can bring different forms of thoughts. This will help the future generations as well. So this is something that we must, as a society, as an imperative, start thinking of how we're going to move this forward in different ways. Not equal to what we have in the past, because then we will keep on stuck in the same problems. So how we're going to deal with it in a different form. That would be it.
Thank you very much, Rafaela. I think it's a bit about thinking innovative for promoting innovation and development, right? We got a lot of questions, actually, from our publicum, which I can, of course, assure that from your contributions, this panel is also being highly appreciated and very informative. We got a question from Igor Marchesini from CEBRI, which is mainly for you, Rafaela, which is, what institutional and governance solutions is needed for Brazil to take advantage of this opportunity, especially thinking and acting differently, as you mentioned before?
So it's funny, because I've had the pleasure to be in the private sector, had the pleasure to working closely with government and with the third sector. And for this question, Igor, I think that, and we propose, this is one of the things that will be there. Imagine you have a project, and you're a big company. You have to access it as a huge PMO in terms of what are my buckets, and we have several buckets here, and I will list them. I think this is a big spoiler, but I'll give it here. So this is something that, and this is what we are proposing to government, is that as the same way that I'm speaking that we need cooperation, government will have to cooperate within government. And I'm speaking global to federal to subnationals, and also in different kinds of streams, so that you can promote this change. So starting with innovation ecosystems. There are incredible institutions here in Brazil, and I have no doubt that there are several in Latin America, there are several in Europe, which we proudly cooperate with, and we should. So for the innovations, we need private sector to get very close to the universities and to the innovation centers and stating the problems. So we need water, and when rare earth, a specific example, the big choke is in the midstream. How do you get from the stones to the powder, the concentrates, and then to the oxides, separate them, because it's a lot of chemical reactions that you need. And by the way, even the chemicals and the solutions that we need to separate these minerals, they are choked in China. So even the chemistries. So let's get together the chemists of the world. Let's make them think, and let's provoke them, and let's explain, and let's move that. And in hubs, so one of the things is that if we specialize and we have different kinds of hubs, one hub will be defining like the different solutions needed, the solvents and so on from the midstream. Ones will be thinking about the magnets, but then magnets, you have specific magnets for weapons, you have specific magnets for artificial intelligence and for robotics, you have specific magnets that you use for EVs, so these are different hubs. Do all of them need to be in Brazil? No. Some will be in Europe. We will have to understand, like, what are the chains? Where do I need to be in these value chains? With one of the mining companies I was visiting recently, and then I was seeing the packs of batteries being produced. For those batteries to be produced, they went from Brazil to UK, from UK to France, from France to Estonia. And each of these had different parts and different secrets in these. because we're speaking of competition between different car producers and so on. So this is for the innovation ecosystem. Just to mention the innovation that has to come along with labor. So for the new generations, and I see a lot of new generation here as well, so how do I foment so that more people want to be specializing and working with different streams? So this is one thing. Then you have a second ecosystem that is I need to communicate better with the people within the territory. So what is the community building that I will be doing with human rights, with the ministries of so human rights and then the different populations that you have within the territory. And then we have a lot of lessons to learn with Canada, with Australia, that also have traditional communities. Then you have a third stream, which is specifically of financing. Since we will need blended finance, we will need different forms of innovation. We will need to think, what are we going to do with the interest rates? And how government is going to put stake in this and bring equity. So this is a third. Then you have the regulation, and within government, the governance. If government wants to do everything, it will not do anything. So of course we have to have opinion, of course, like, are we going to sell for any price or everything? No. But if you want to control everything, you will not do anything. And we had examples with that, with lithium. When government said, I will not export to anyone, simply we did not produce. And only after opening up that we are able to develop this chain. So then there's this governance piece, and a governance that is from the global to setting like the frame, to the federal, and the federal to the subnationals, because we can't have, party A does not speak with party B and then decide that they won't work together. They have to work together because this is development for the country. So then there's this other bucket, and then there's the environmental and the sustainability bucket as well, and thinking of the planet and how because of course this brings also bad things. Radioactivity, we have radioactivity. How are we going to treat this radioactivity? How are we going to deal with the problems? So it's not just about saying it's all pop and it's all nice. There's bad things, but we have to deal with it. And then technology is being used for it. So there are solutions, and if we have strategy, and it has to be a short, a medium, and a long-term strategy. So these are the points I would bring.
Yeah, unfortunately, the time urges, and we still have, unfortunately, we have only 5 more minutes. So I will have to raise a final question for, in a sense, kind of to leave you kind of a food for thought, which is, you mentioned several times cooperation needs to come now for at least try to take this unique opportunity, but where do we get the speed for this cooperation from? What is the propelling motor where we get this speed to start? And although it's a very complex subject, how? Where? This main questions. Maciej, would you like to start?
I feel called out on that one, but I'll try. If you look at the past, every crisis that we, should I say, even say as a species or as nations have been facing, it's the risk of failing that pushed us to go beyond us. And I guess there is no better motivation than that in here. Having said that, as there is this Polish saying that the bed sheets are always too short. Your feet will always stand out. And that is to say, in this case, that whatever we do, this will not be enough. So we'll have to adapt. And there are different processes of adaptation that are ongoing. For instance, minerals, and ways to actually limit our dependence also. If you look, for instance, at the batteries alone, which is only just a chunk of the equation, an important one, but just a chunk. The lithium iron batteries have actually soared from 5 to 60% of the global market, replacing the nickel-based ones within just 5 years. That is just, by the way, a little caveat for anyone who might be thinking that, well, investing in nickel and all the relationships across the world is the way to go. No, we have to focus on what is the value that is not only going to last and be important now, but in the years to come. So it's always a choice that you have to make at each step of the way. So this, I guess, would be point number one. And point number two, I mean, we all are just, we all have limited attention, so we have to have these benchmarks. And for this, for the CRMA that I sort of criticized along the way for when I spoke earlier today, I think it was a Portuguese poet, Fernando Pessoa, who said that for everything that is meant to stick with a broader population, a reasonable policy or a reasonable course of action, there has to be a little bit of a stupidity in it. And I think the ambition that has been set in CRMA, as much as it's overshot, as much perhaps as it's unrealistic, it's nonetheless sort of a trajectory setter. And we need that.
Okay, so maybe Marisol.
The same question.
Yes. Closing thought.
I think this is the question, where to start. Where do we start from? I'd like to remind you of something that really motivates me when I see that the challenge is greater than the strength that I have. Because strength favors the brave, and we need to value this. And what is the value that this time requires, that requires this time so that we can be capable to sit down and talk among different people, different individuals. We have our ideas, we have our ideologies in our countries, but we have to work together. We need to reach from the Pacific to the Atlantic. This will require negotiation, conversations, not only among ideological peers that could be aligned temporarily between Argentina, Chile, Paraguay, and Brazil, but even among those who think differently, but want the same goal. It's not about negotiating with organized crime, with transnational organized crime, but we must accept our differences, sit down as Latin America, reach agreements in how we will be reducing our logistic corridors, sitting down to find out how will we close the infrastructure gaps and finance the closure of these gaps, and that Europe also needs this because for them it's not simple to reach decision making with so many different countries involved. Despite the fact that Europe is supposedly many steps ahead, but time is what really matters. And we have different centuries, different cycles. A changing cycle requires the possibility of sitting down and reaching agreement in the upcoming 10 years, independently from who is in power at that very moment. And from that moment on, work on behalf of the world, of the Americas. This is what we want here in Peru. Thank you.
I would like to thank you very, very much, dear distinguished panelists, for this very insightful panel. Thank you, of course, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, CEBRI, and the delegation of the EU in Brazil for this opportunity. And let's take the opportunity also to connect, to exchange bilaterally. I think all the panelists will be here today, and me including. So thank you very much for your time, and I think it's lunchtime now, right?
Muito obrigado, palestrante.
Thank you very much. Let's have a group picture. And now we have lunch break. We're all invited. Lunch will be served in the salons Urca, Leblon, and Copacabana behind the stairs. And for those who have a star, the badge, if you have a golden sticker, lunch will be served in the Panama room. Same one as yesterday. The others will be behind the escalators. Thank you.